What
It
was I
is a
gonna say?
little early, but whatever.
Ah,
And I try to start by noon, but okay. Looks like that is good to go. See if Rumble does a thing. I'll never understand this like 2 minute. It doesn't actually check. Oh, it didn't start. Why did it? Mm-hmm. Why is this misbehaving so much? Come on, Rumble. Okay. There we go. Yeah, when I hit start, it should start both. It should start both streams, and it did on Saturday. I hit start and it started both streams, and this time I hit it and it didn't start the Rumble portion of it. So glad I checked that because I'd be halfway into the stream and be like, "Why is nobody chatting on Rumble?" Hasn't started yet.
I probably would have caught it, but still good to check.
All right. We are good to go. It looks like. Excellent. I've got an excellent connection. That is a good sign. All right. So progress has been made on the pipe system. Believe it or not, the entire filtration system, well, the filter itself works. Well, the filter itself. Okay, I still have to do the code that applies the filter in the thing, which I think is going to be pretty easy. Considering this was by far the most complex GUI that I've ever put together. So let me just give you a little look-see, everybody, on what I'm talking about. Now watch it just crash and burn. Because it was like 11:30 at night last night when I finally got it all working and everything. So yeah, the GUI filter system is I have to be a little proud of it because holy crap. It is crazy how complex it is. And very, very nice that it's working. And we can kind of go over the code and why it works and how it works and stuff like that. If there's a lot of interest, but so there's the filter in my hand right there. See, you filters in my hand down the bottom of the thingy here. So pipe filter. I right click this, boink, and here is the UI. This little guy, crazy, right? Crazy. You're looking at it going, holy cow! Look at all that stuff, right? So I can select blacklist. That's a that's just a flag. And then there's all the things. The only thing I haven't figured out quite yet is the scroll wheel on my little scroll window here. Like, I don't know how to capture the scroll wheel, but, all of the things and the stuff are in here. And we have a lot. I think in this test world here, I don't have all of the mods installed, but this list here is still like 7,900 things, right? So this is all of the things in the game, and basically what I do is I pull anything that has a handbook entry, and anything that doesn't have a handbook entry typically are things that are excluded from the handbook for a reason, right? So if you're excluded from the handbook, then you're not going to be showing up in here. But anyway, you can type like granite and look at all the things. Granite, all of the things. All of the things are now granite, right? All of the granite things. Even all of the ores that are all in granite, right? So you can filter now if you select one, let's just let's do coal, charcoal. And it does appear down here. I just happened to pick one, right? So the selected here, when you select one, it shows up here. Because again, I haven't figured out how to keep, when you click one, I haven't figured out how to keep that that highlight. I don't know what highlights that. There's a lot of like sort of black box things that it's like, what actually does that? Like I don't know. But the fact that you can like click the charcoal and then hit add, and boom, there's charcoal up here. And then if I want to do black coal and then add that, and if I say, oh, I don't need charcoal, I can click that and hit delete, right? And then add it back if I wanted to. And then if I hit save, oink. Now, if you go to the filter and you have the .edi so you can see more information and you hold shift, you can see the attributes, right? Is blacklist and then filters. Coal, or the game, or bituminous coal and charcoal, right? And now if I throw this on the ground and I go and pick it up again and I right click it, it's still there. Oh my God. So it is, all that data is synced with the server. So the server gets blasted with that new set of attributes and updates itself and then re-updates all the client, right? So when you hit that save button, and only when you hit the save button, is that actually, are these new things saved, right? They're actually saved when you click that button. If you click cancel or the X, changes are discarded. So I can delete this and this, right? And then cancel, and then those settings are still in there because I canceled. So, but the search works, right? The search works fantastically. All of the things. I just don't know how to get the scroll bar working. I just don't. Interesting. There's like a scrollable thing up here. Yeah, it's like I don't know how to get the scroll bar working. If anybody has any ideas for that, I'm all ears. Okay. So, the pipe filters themselves are good to go. They actually filter all of the things, and which is very, very nice. So how did I do that? Well, it took some shenanigans, of course. Shenanigans are always involved. But not a lot of difference on my GUI here. The one thing is I couldn't I had a different key system. I was trying to capture the delete key. So I was using on key press. That was not that was not being called for the delete key for reasons I don't understand. It was being called for all of the other keys, like A through Z, probably the number keys, but not the delete key. So I had to, well, that was a good hour of a rabbit hole trying to figure out what's going on there. But yeah, on key down, that actually captures the delete key. And then I just grab if there's a selection going on in the filter item list. That's on the top one. So you have the filter item list and then the search item list on the bottom. So if there's a selection on the filter item list and the delete key is pressed, then remove it and reset the selection. Because you absolutely have to reset the selection, and we'll get into that in a second. But the only other thing I changed on the dialog is I added this little box. Remember, there's a little box on the side that shows you the current selection. And I did that because for some reason I when you click an item in the list, it doesn't stay highlighted, and I don't know how to do that. I have very little information coming out of that thing. When you click something, I get back the index of that highlight, but I don't know how to like work with the. I just don't know. There's probably some fancy rendering stuff or whatever that I could use. But right now I'm just flying through here trying to get this stuff working. So this little area here, this is the inset, the text that actually says the word selected, and then this is the icon right here. This is the icon that shows up, and then added those to the children of the dialogue, and then this was largely the same code that we had before, and it's still split out, right? It's still like in segments. It could all be one long call, but I kept it in segments. Just I don't know. It seems to me it's cleaner, but it doesn't really matter. Like it's all kind of one call anyway. And it wouldn't throw an error until it tries to compose it, until it tries to get down here and actually compose the thing, and then it would error. So you don't really know which section would error. But here's that selected area here, and it's using a custom render, right? It's not using a dynamic draw. This is a different thing, right? This is a much different monster, this dynamic custom draw thing. That is what is drawing like the fancy like progress bar on the machines. It's drawing the power scale thing on the side, right? That is the custom draw, and it's using a different methodology. It's using like a SVG, which is vector graphics, scaled vector graphics. So it's a different way of drawing something. Whereas I just need a render. I just need to render something on the screen because there's literally a function call to render an icon, an item stack icon on a GUI. So I wanted to use that, and that's where this custom render goes through. So we have here the on render selected item, the delta time we don't care about, and the element bounds. This is that icon bound. This is just the bounds that we're using for the icon. And then I just grab this render item stack to GUI, right? And I just pass in the filter item of whatever selection. So if we're selecting something from the search, right? If we're selecting something from the search, I show that. If we're not, and we have a selection from the top, which is the filter item, if one of those is selected, go ahead and show that icon. So it will change depending on what you have selected. And then everything else is sort of straightforward. Anytime the blacklist switch is set, it just sets the attribute directly of the filter item, right? And remember, this is being done on the client. The GUIs only exist on the client. So this setting here is only reflected on the client. And then we have all of this stuff here, all of these different switches on the side, which are just Boolean enables and disables. And then when we're clicking on an entry in either of those list views, I'm just swapping, I'm just deselecting one and selecting the other. Like it's just swapping back and forth. And this also controls, obviously, the render, because that render call is being called every frame, right? It's being actually called every frame. And so it can switch back and forth. I don't have to manage that at all. And then here are the two scroll bars. And then the text change, pretty straightforward. Detect if the current text is different from the text that's there. Just a simple thing that you're not running this filter items constantly. And then on add buttons, this is a whole mess of a nightmare. Basically adding things based on certain criteria. So there's a difference when you have wildcard searches enabled and your search text contains a wildcard, right? it's going to allow you to directly add a line item with a wildcard into the filter, right? So that's a different monster to just adding something that you select on the bottom. Is you're going to be able to add like rock dash star, right? That you're going to be able to add that, yeah, basically it's a special case that allows you to add something with a wildcard. And then I have some custom logic behind whether or not it contains a star, because if it does, then it has no icon that I can show, right? There might be a way to do that with there's a way to render something with multiple item stacks on it. That's when you look at a grid recipe, you can see like items that cycle. Like if it takes more than one type of thing, it cycles through them all, and that's something that I can add to this later, a feature for that. I'm not worried about it now because that's one of those like, hey, it makes it pretty and nice, but functionality wise, it's exactly the same. And right now, I'm focused on functionality, not pretty and nice. So. Anyway, here's the save button, and this again sets any attributes that are needed. So there's a special case in here that catches if we already had filters installed, but we do not have any now, meaning we've removed them. We've removed the filters. In that case, just remove the filters tag. We don't need it anymore because we have none. Otherwise, build the tree attribute for all the filters, which is just a basic list of them. So every entry is going to be its own tree attribute with the code and whether it's a block or not. Because for some reason, there's no way of instantiating or checking if a code or aka an asset location is a block or not. You have to know that from the start, which is why you probably get errors when you have a recipe and you don't define the right type of item, right? It's type equals item or type equals block. For some reason, there's no way in the game to just say, here's a code. This is a code. Give me back whatever it is. Like, I don't care what it is. Just give it back to me as a block or an item. It doesn't matter what it is. It's a collectible object. So for some reason, there's no way to do that. So I have to actually encode in the filter itself whether we're looking at blocks or items, which is why that is block is there. Because the game automatically knows somehow that it's a blocker. I don't know. I haven't. All the code that I was able to find, there's really no way of instantiating a code as something if you don't know what it is first. All right, and then I this tree array attribute is just a really simple custom attribute in the game. It's just an array of tree attributes. Like, it's really simple. And then I set it to that filter setup here. And then I set the filters attribute, right, to that. And it just automatically sort of embeds that tree attribute as this. And then I close the window. This is, remember, when you hit the save button. So I encode all of that. I set that attribute to equal. And again, this is only done on the client. This GUI dialog is only on the client right now. So this change to the attributes is only on the client. That is of utmost importance to remember. And the server is the master. The server will override your setting in a moment, right? It does not care what's going on the client. As soon as a heartbeat happens, it will override this. So you have to be careful. I might even move the next block of code into here rather than in the pipe filter itself. We'll get to that in a second. And then filter items. This is what actually filters the items when you type text in. Very, I mean, it's kind of straight loaded. There's a weighted filter entry. I basically mimicked a lot of the handbook filter code, right? I understand how kind of it all works. My brain, I just didn't want to reinvent it in another way. It's like, it works. It works great. So I was just like, it works. Why reinvent it? So, this actually filters the items. And then this populates when you open the window up, right? When you first open that window up, if there's filters that already exist, this populates that top list, right? That's what this does. It populates that list on the top, so any filters that exist, but when you open the GUI, automatically go up there. So, how do we filter the items? Well, here's again, I kind of mimicked the base game, and I hope I did this right. So, the base game has a special mod system for the handbook that loads all of the entries, all of the pages, right? And you might wonder, like, wow, that might be a lot of things. Well, it is a lot of things. All that pages, all the text, like that's a huge amount of information. And so it does it on a separate thread. There's a separate thread that loads all of the handbook stuff. And also keep in mind that there's a lot of things that it loads. A lot. And especially in modded instances, there will be many, many thousands. In this debug version of the game, or this kind of stripped down mod version of the game, I have 7,900 items that have an entry, right? 7,900 items in the handbook. And so I was like, all right, well, since I'm using the handbook as a litmus test, might as well share in that. And so I have in here some code on the mod side. So this is the vintage engineering mod now. I haven't touched this object in so long. It's been just trucking along, and I've just added a bunch of functionality to it. So on the client side, I have this event now, on level finalize. And on level finalize, basically, when you load a world and it gives all of the data and all of that kind of stuff, as soon as it's done feeding you information, it sends you a packet that says, all right, finalize the level. You have all of the information. So the client basically has everything that it needs to run the game, and it calls this function. And this function on mine, very, very simple. I queue a task in the thread pool. So this Tyrone thread pool here, queue task, and I send it load filter entries. Right? So this will queue, and there's a background thread that runs, a separate thread that's running in the background, and you can just queue a task on that thread, and it will run it when it gets to it. Now it's not. It has the data that it has to process has to be thread safe. You cannot start, like, if you're thinking of like multi-threading something like mission critical and you're talking to multiple things, like don't do that. That's bad. But something like this that's just loading a bunch of stuff is fine. And then this add watcher here, this just basically resets the GUI for the filter, all the GUI stuff in the filter, if the GUI scale changes. It just it disposes all the textures in there so it can regenerate them. It's just basically, it's just a simple thing. Okay. So this load filter entries, remember, this call is going to be called basically like on a separate thread. But basically this thing goes through and it looks at collectible objects in the entire game. It's going to, for each, every single one of those. right? There could be 20,000 things in that list, and it's going to go through every one of them. Hence the separate thread, right? The handbook does exactly the same thing. It has to go through every single item. And the reason I'm doing this now, reason I'm doing this here, and I have a object right here that it's populating, is you do not want to populate that object when you open the Gooey, right? When I open the filter Gooey, if I had to populate a list with 8,000 items, that's going to take a heartbeat or two, right? It's not instant. And so every time you open that Gooey, it would take that long. It would take, upwards of a second or two. And that would be extremely annoying if every time you open that list, it was going to take a minute. And so I load all of those items into a list, right? The pipe filter list, and they're not Gooey handbook pages. They're a custom object. They're pipe filter Gooey element. They're a custom object that I load into that list. And it just loads all of them, right? Anything that has a handbook stack, and I just grab all the stacks from the handbook. Pretty straightforward. If something has a handbook entry, I load it to be filtered. Right? So, anyway, if I wanted to customize the list at all, I could just add them onto the bottom of this, right? I could just build this out and say, here's a few more items. Something like, you could do like all rock. And that could be something that you filter. All rock. And you could have I could have custom codes in there that I would have to have on this end to add to the filter. And then I would have to have those same custom codes detected on the filter end that actually say, oh, when I have this special code, here's special behavior. But I don't really think that's necessary with the wildcard feature that I have already started implementing. So this loads that whole master list of all of the filter items. And then when we pop back into the Gooey, when we're filtering those items, when we're actually checking them, we're looking through them, and we're basically passing in the text that we're typing in the search bar. We're getting a weighted response, like how much weight, how good of a match is this, and we're pulling it back and we're saying, oh, this weight is X, and then we add a weighted entry, and then we use that weight to basically filter, right? We're ordering it by the weight. So we're basically sorting that list by weight, and then we're adding it to the search item list. Pretty straightforward. And then this is just reorganizing the bottom bar, that bottom area. It's just resetting those heights and stuff because we reset the actual list, the search item list. So it all kind of works fairly well. And the only other custom object here, or the only major other one, is the actual element itself. And again, this has to be sort of I didn't obviously copy the handbook pages because there's a lot of stuff that I don't need from those, but it is an I-flat list item, and then it's pretty straightforward. The wildcard status is a custom status in here, cache title, all of that kind of stuff. This try catch is because there was a nasty little bug that I was trying to track down. Oh my god, it was so bad. But yeah, everything here, I have a constructor for the code, and then I have a constructor for the stack, because this is a super easy call to make, because the the base game, like when you're flying through all those collectible objects, like this is the easier one to call with that because everything has a stack. Not everything has a stack for the element because remember it could have a wild card in there, so not everything is going to have not everything is going to come with a stack, but enough will. And then this render list entry, this is actually what renders each element in that list. And so I have a wildcard detection here because I can't render item stack with a wildcard because it doesn't have an item stack. And this would crash hard if I didn't have this if here, right? So if it is a wildcard, just render the text. This just renders the text because the texture here is just text. It's like the text that goes with the icon, right? You have the icon and then you have the text. That text is actually just a flat texture that's being rendered, which is what this does, the recompose. Text texture util just renders that text out. And then this get match weight, this is what actually returns the weight. I have in here, if it gets through all of this and then how about one of these, like, hey, this is how the weight is looking. If the text is equal, then great, that's the highest weight. If it starts with text plus a space, do this weight. If it starts with just the text, do this weight, blah, 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 blah. And then I have the equals here for things and stuff. And then here's the weighted filter entry. It's just a simple struct. And then the only other thing that I needed to use with this, remember, when you hit save, we are only on the client. And so the last puzzle piece to this process is the syncing to the server. And the syncing to the server is a crucial step because if you didn't do that, you would eventually overwrite the thing in your hand and it would erase all the attributes, right? Because the client has no explicit, easy way of forcing data to the server, right? So anytime you're interacting in a GUI or anything like that, and you're changing something, just know that you're changing it on the client, and you have to have an explicit way of sending that information to the server and overriding whatever it is on the server that you're trying to write to, because the server needs to know that information. And there's no like mark dirty that does it for you. Marking something dirty is a server to client sync only. The client doesn't sync back to the server. The server is the master. And so you need to inform the server what's going on. And to do that, the game API has a very easy way of doing that with channels, network channels. You can set up your own network channels with your own packet information and your own packet structure. Very, very easy to do. And it's a phenomenal system. And so you need a mod system that does that can communicate via channels. And so we do that with the mod itself. And this is the other thing that I added to this mod, or added to the base mod, is the channels. So we have a different, slightly different way of setting these up on the client versus the server. Because remember, this particular communication is going to be client to server alone, right? The server to the client is done through regular channels like marking dirty, but the client to the server is what we're doing. So we register the channel, and again, if you can register multiple, you just have to do them in the same order. So just know, if you register multiple channels, you have to do them in the same order on both the client and the server, right? So I register channel here, and then I register the channel here, and they're the same channel name. And then I register the message type, and I give it the type of the actual packet. We'll get to that in a second. Packet is just all the data you want to send, right? And it has to be a serializable amount of data. You have to be able to serialize it. This was something I learned. you have to serialize it. Okay. And then so I just register the type of message with the client. The server, right? This is the server. The server, I register the message type, but then I register the handler. Because I'm expecting to send the message to the server. The server needs a way of grabbing that message, grabbing that packet. If I do a server to client, the client would also then need a message handler of whatever type that you're expecting. And so if you're going to send back information to the client, then you would do a message handler up here. And usually what you do is the client has a object of like a response, right? A pipe filter server response message. And then that's what the server sends to the client. So they can be different objects. And so we have of type pipe filter packet on filter data sync from client. This is the function. This is the function that is called when we get the packet from the client. And if I just look at that packet really quick, very, very straightforward, just a byte array. That's what I did. I tried quite a few different things in here. A byte array was the absolute easiest to do. Because if we go into the item pipe filter itself, here's the toggle filter GUI. When we right click the filter, this is the function that's called to actually build and show the GUI. And in here, we have a delegate for on closed. And yeah, I don't like having these inline delegates. I don't like it, but it is what it is. So when you close the GUI, what I do is I sync the data no matter what. Right? I sync the data. Only when you hit save is the attributes changed at all. But no matter what, I just send the data, regardless. So this sends the first of all, we have to be in the client, but this should always be true if we're in here because this is a GUI and the GUIs only appear on the client. So I do some sanity checks for the active hotbar slot. And then I grab the attributes. If they're not null, right? If there's actually attributes there, then I send the packet. And I send the packet. Actually, I may not need this. And of course, I hear machinery out right outside my apartment. Both Monday and Tuesday, not a peep. Not a peep all day. Streaming day, boom, we got more heavy equipment outside. God damn it. What the hell? They literally cut a tree down out there. Literally cut a tree down. And then Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, they just left it there. And now they're coming to pick it up. Oh my God. My luck is just amazing. So what this is it's saying I want to get the channel, right? And I want to send a packet of this type. And here's the build. Here's me building that packet. Oh my God. Here's me building that packet. Synced stack. And then the item stack dot 2 bytes. This is why I did the byte array, because I can take the item stack itself and I can just 2 bytes it. And it's built in. Like, convert the item stack and its attributes to a byte array and send it along the way. That's literally all you do. It's so nice. There's probably a way to do it with built-in. There's probably a packet object somewhere that's just a byte array packet or something. It should be pretty easy. I know there's probably a way to do it, but I wanted to do it a customized way because of reasons. Yeah, attributes. There's one little test I'm gonna have to do there. Because if you remove the filters, what happens to that? I'm not 100% sure. if they're null or just empty. If they exist but they're just empty. You would think it would exist but just be empty, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, the packet. Remember, so this send packet is sending that packet to the server. I'm packaging up the item stack details into a nice little byte array, and I'm sending it to the server. Well, the server is picking it up in the mod, right? This is what's basically catches that. So the server gets that packet and says, "Oh, here's the packet. Here's the channel. What do I do with this? Send it to the message handler, which is called here." So I do some sanity checks. Always do sanity checks. Always, always, always. So I check the packet. If it's null, I check the from player, which is encoded in the packet automatically. The player that sends the packet is encoded. So we know from which player the packet comes from. We don't have to encode that information, which is beautiful. So I do sanity checks on the player. I check the hotbar slot of the player. Remember, this all happens in a blink of an eye. The odds of you closing the GUI and changing the active hotbar slot in that instant is so astronomically low. You would have to be like 10th or 100th of a millisecond fast to be able to do something like that. So we check the active hotbar slot, and then we basically unpack from bytes the item stack. Active hotbar slot.item stack that from bytes, we grab that sync stack. So I have to take that byte array, create a memory stream from the byte array, and then using that memory stream, I have to create a binary reader from the memory stream from the byte array, and then boom, I get the from bytes. Because there is no, unfortunately, from bytes that actually takes bytes. You have to give it a binary reader, and the binary reader needs a stream, so there's the memory stream. So it's kind of a cascading effect. But even if the byte array, or even if the byte array could be sent to from bytes, it would probably, the from bytes would probably have the streams and the binary readers and all that kind of stuff. So, and this right here, we are on the server. This is on the server, guaranteed to be on the server. So we are setting that item stack from that from bytes. So this is basically saving that data on the server, and then we're marking it dirty. And marking it dirty, again, marks it to be saved to disk next time it saves, and it syncs it with clients. It sends that to clients, basically validating the object in your hand, right? It just the one in the player's hand automatically, nothing has changed because all of that is done, but it just validates that the server now has the data. And this is the essential part of syncing something from client to the server. Otherwise, the server on the next mark dirty event or the next heartbeat of a resync, the server would override the filter step, or throwing it on the ground would erase it as well. But the fact that we're saving it when we throw it on the ground, as I showed previously, when you pick it back up again, all that data is there again, right? It does not get rid of it. So we are now ready to actually implement a filter on our extraction nodes. And hopefully this is fast. Hopefully this is fast. So what can we do? Item pipe filter. There is, I think this, yeah, this is basically done. I don't need these at all, because the base game automatically syncs all the attributes in that tree anyway. The from and to tree attributes automatically does, or yeah, the to and from tree attributes automatically encapsulates the entire object, including its attributes. So, and that is where we are encoding all this information. Okay. So yeah, I think this is pretty much done. And the GUI is pretty much done. There might be a couple weird edge cases here and there of things to do. And try to figure out the scroll bar thing, which, God, I don't know. Oh, I just hate that it's so hard to do things. Mentioned entering mod itself. I don't think we need that. Pipe filter bag. I don't think we need that. So we want pipe extraction node. Okay, so this is the inventory that we have for this is the actual extraction node here. And then the pipe GUI pipe extraction here. I don't know. Do we have anything to do with this? I want to say I don't think so. I think it's in the inventory. Pipe inventory. Pipe inventory for each pipe segments. I just want to validate. Can contain. There it is. VE pipe filter. So I did put all that stuff in there. Okay. Yeah, we're checking that tag for the code. First code part is that very first. Basically, it should be the overarching type, even though the pipe filter only has one type. The filter is the filter. There are no tiers of filter like there are the upgrade. But yeah, this limits what can go in that filter slot, and I think I automatically have like the upgrades automatically control whether or not let's see. I'll open. Okay, so vintage item types. Pipe upgrade. Attributes by type. There they are, right here. So Ken filter is Cupernickel is the first one that can do that. And then steel can do, steel is the bee's knees. That's the best of the best. And then, yeah, this is really easily augmentable. You can just add your own variant groups via JSON patch. Then you add an attributes by type, and you can set, right? You can set all these. And then you can set the texture of the base, right? This is the metal texture of the thing. That kind of, yeah, it kind of takes it. It's really nice. So you could add, like I was pondering, like find like a brass one. And I could do this like through a JSON patch, just kind of show how it's done. As I was pondering whether to do that to kind of show the community how to do that. But JSON patch, add a variant group, right? You add a variant group, say brass. Then you add attributes by type. You add another entry into this with star.brass with a custom set of these. And maybe you mimic copper. You say delay and rate is slow and slow. And then you maybe say change distribution is true and can filter false. And then you add, I don't know what you do like outside of that. Brass, is there another like crappy metal or alloy? Maybe just a tin? You could just do a tin one. And a tin one would be maybe as slow as copper, but you could filter instead of change distribution, right? You could mix it up and set different values. And it could all be done via a patch. You don't have to like reinvent the wheel at all. Okay, so file, open file. Blocks, pipes. Let's see. What, pray tell? Do. Programming, vintage engineering, mod, assets, vintage, textures, block. I'd like a texture, worn steel. I mean, it might look horribly bad. Depends on how the texture's mapped. But fluid pipes are what we're going to try to tackle right after I get the filters to work. Because remember, the filters are specific to the transport handler, right? They're not generic. It's the transport handler that actually like needs to know what the filters are. But I just wanted to get the fluid in here, and then we have here block pipe fluid. I'm just going to check. Okay. And then one more thing. Well, we'll get into this in a second. I just wanted to get some of that groundwork done. VE item pipe. Class by type is fine. Pipe block. All the pipes are going to be the same type. It's the entity class that's going to be different. Okay. So let's get back here and go into the handler of the item transport handler. So this tick right here, this transport tick, this is what actually moves the stuff. This is what moves things from one area to the other. And I think I did this code on stream a few streams ago. But yeah, all this code works. But obviously the filter itself is not applied to this. So how do we apply the filter to this? Well, we have the pipe extraction node passed in. And it's the pipe extraction node. Remember, this is the node that is doing the work. Right? This is the node that's actually being ticked. And it's also the node that has the filter slot in it. This is what contains the filter. So, okay. What can we do to do this? To do this, like, efficiently. Yeah, I had to do a special case. I had to do a special case here because the block entity generic type container only allows you to pull from the bottom. You cannot pull from any side. So, yeah, unfortunately, I had to do that. Get pull slot. Okay, so get pull slot. Okay, I'm not filtering this one, unfortunately. So I think I need this and that. Because I need to filter this one too. Okay, so this here filter stuff would be the best place for it. I don't want to bloat this because normally you do like a for each around this and try to do something with the filter, but I really hate that. Is there a way? You know, how about we do this? Let's simplify this. Bool is generic equals false. If is generic. Do that. And then because I set is false here, you don't really need it because it defaults to false, but I'm gonna put it in there anyway. Just good coding practice to see that it's the same call. Okay, and then I don't need this at all. That simplifies everything. Now, I was hoping there'd be some weird, like, get filtered slot or something like that and just pass in something, but I think really the only way... Oh, man, this is going to be nasty. I'm going to think about this for a second, go on a quick bio break. I'll be right back. All right. Um, so there's a few things to consider. For one, we may not have a filter item, which is fine. That's the easy way. That's basically the code that we have if we don't have a filter, which I think will be a pretty frequent thing. The other thing is if it's a wild card, that's a whole different monster. So if a filter exists, we need to look at all of the filter items, which there could be more than one. There could be many more than one of items that are filtered in the list. And we need to compare those to each individual item slot that's occupied in the inventory, right? Because we need to mix and match each item. So we need to grab an item off the inventory, look at it, see if it matches any of our filters. If it doesn't, do it again. But we can't use the get auto pull from slot because that would just return the same slot over and over and over and over again. That would not be good. So we can't use that function, unfortunately. We would just have to iterate through the inventory, and any item slot that is not occupied, we have to pull from. More chainsaw action outside, everybody, if you can hear it. Yes, because that's my life. Only when I stream are people willing to make noise outside. Every other day is just fine. So this also presents a problem. If I'm iterating through all of the inventory, then you have the occurrence or the possible occurrence of grabbing something you weren't supposed to, right? So a sort of a case like that would be like the metal press having or grabbing the actual metal press out of it, right? That is an inventory slot. You usually can't access that via like the auto pull from slot. But if we don't use those for if a filter exists, then that metal press slot would be seen as well as the input. So we have to watch for which slots we access. And we like if it's an input slot, I don't know, like if the filter exists, that means it's either a whitelist or a blacklist. And I'm trying to think of a case where you would have a filter set and would get behavior that you didn't want. So let's take the metal press, for example. Why would you filter the metal press? Why would you filter that extract node? I don't think you have a reason to. But a chest with a whole bunch of garbage in it that you're trying to filter out, let's say just all of the logs. That's kind of a different monster. Then you would filter the logs as a whitelist. And then probably have another filter where you have all the logs as a blacklist, go to a different like a different one. So I'm not anticipating the need of filters for like basic machine in IO. Basic machine IO, I don't think would be really necessary. One element in the more advanced machines, or like a fuel refinery, if the fuel refinery is giving you more than one type of liquid, we need to worry about that when we get to the fluid part of it. But I think that the auto push slot will handle that, because you pass in the pull slot. So when you're looking at the push slot, it knows what you're trying to push in, and if you have a little bit of fluid in there already, let's say you have a little bit of diesel or something in there, and you're trying to push in whatever, propane, I don't care what it is, they're not going to match, so it shouldn't bring it back. That's something we can debug later. But yeah, I think that the most flexibility is not restricting what we're looking at, right? The inventory is the inventory. In IO, it doesn't matter. If you want to extract stuff from the input slot via a filter, then go for it. But I don't know why you would do that. There's no logical reason why you would do that. So, if node.inventory filter dot empty okay, so if there's no filter, do our thing, right? All the stuff we have set up is fine. If is generic, do the block down face. Otherwise, do the thing. And then else, this is where we have a filter. So how can we quickly and easily access the filter things and stuff? So the item slot of the filter is not empty. So I'm trying to think of the best way to extract the filter items, and even going so far as detect if they're there. If node.filter.itemStack.attributes is not equal null, and node.filter.itemStack.attributes of filters. Let's do .has attributes filters. Okay. So a sanity check. If the attributes are not null, so we have a filter. Now remember, a filter can be an empty blacklist. So you have one attribute, which is blacklist true, and it's empty of any filters. That is the single case that applies to both of these. So if not has filters. So if it has attributes but no filters set, empty blacklist. Node filter item stack attributes. Well, I'm gonna pull this out. I don't like having this, because if this is false, if this if filters equals null, no, I didn't want to do that. So there's a filter in there, but there's no attributes in it, which means it's an empty filter. Which basically means it's this code here. But how do I... How about we do if node.filter.empty if node.filter.empty or that. So if it's empty, it'll bounce in here right away because it's an OR. It doesn't check the second thing if it's an OR, right? It sees this and goes, oh, this is true, go in here. If this is false, the filter is not empty, but its attributes are empty, right? Filter.itemStack, if it's not empty, then the item stack will exist, but if its attributes are null, then do this again, right? So that should work. Empty blacklist, maybe. I mean, empty blacklist, empty whitelist blocks all items. So, if, let's see, let's do bool is blist equals node.filter.itemStack.attributes of is black list. Well, I think it's like dot get bool is black list. This has a default value of false. Right? So if it doesn't exist, then it's false. Which means it's a whitelist. If is blist empty blacklist else empty whitelist. How about I do this and pull that out there? Because remember, regardless if it exists or not, it's going to be false. So if it doesn't exist, it's false. If it does exist and it's false, it's false. If it does exist and it's true, boom, now we have it's a blacklist. So whitelist is the default setting. Whitelist is only these items. Blacklist is all items except these items. So not these items. That's all. That's how that works. If you're still on the fence about how that works. Okay. So these two settings, empty blacklist, empty whitelist, blocks all items. Okay, so empty blacklist basically means except, like, no items are off limits, which means this code. And this is like the one case that I'm tempted to put like a label. Or I don't even know how you do go-tos in C#. Like,
it might be go sub.
well, you have to somehow label where you want to go.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I'm sorely tempted to do it, even though every part of me screams like, "Don't do it, don't do it." Okay, so empty whitelist means only none of these items. So return null, right? I don't want any items. What empty whitelist is, I don't want any items, which is weird. Why would you do that? So pull equals null. Yeah. So pull equals null, which is what I'm passing in. Just return out. Don't do anything. So I can return null here and not break the world. Empty blacklist means like exclude nothing. This right here is again this code here. Right? I would love to do like a go-to there and just bounce it right in here. Because yeah, there's this. That would be a lot of shenanigans. Attributes equals no. Yeah, in here. That'd be a nasty bit of ifs in here, because well, I'll think about that later. Maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't, but I mean these two lines work. It's not like these are gonna have bugs in them. It is what it is. Like get auto pull from slot. The reason I want to resort to using these as much as possible is this like automatically helps keep things sane, right? I'm not going to pull from like the metal press slot. I'm not going to pull from the input slots. This is strictly looking at output slots from the inventories, because you can override these in your inventory. All right. So this else, we have a filter. It has filters. Now we do the crazy part. Okay, so we have we have one or more active filters. We have tree array attribute TAA equals node.filter.itemStack.attributes of filters as tree array attribute. Okay. Regardless if there's one thing or 50 things, it's going to be a tree array attribute, and a tree array attribute is what it is. It's an array of tree attributes. Really simple. It's automatically encoded. The game manages that. I didn't reinvent the attribute. Oh my god, I'm out of coffee already. It's only an hour and a half in. Jesus, that's a lot of coffee in an hour and a half. Wow. Okay. The reason I'm doing this code, I know the title of today was fluid pipes, but fluid pipes not going to take me that long to implement. This is like the bulk of the work. Copying and pasting this code for the fluid pipes is going to be pretty straightforward. So it is what it is. Now, get auto pull from slot. So a couple things I need to be worried about in here. For one, I don't want to try to pull from fluid slots. That's a bad idea. And two, I have to be careful, like, with the filters and stuff that I have. So there's two systems at play here. What would be the better way to for each this? For each through all the inventory, maybe? So for each item slot in inventory in inventory. I think, yeah, just inventory. Yeah. So this is the inventory that we're trying to pull from. If slot is item slot liquid only, continue. So if it's a liquid slot, again, this is basically flipped for the fluid, right? If the fluid is, I only want liquid slots for the fluid pipes. So this, however, if it's a liquid only slot, continue, ignore it completely. I think I put something up here. Yeah. IVE liquid interface. Five references in this. Block mixer. So the block entity is that. I'm pondering whether that's the wise thing to do. Ideally, that interface should be part of the inventory. Yeah. That should be part of the inventory. Not part of the block. The block entity does fluid container block entity. I just want to peek at this really quick. IVEL, get liquid pull from slot. BE mixer. So there is a get liquid pull from slot. Oh, that's a block mixer. I need the block entity mixer. Yeah. Yeah, one of the things I've discovered, one of the weird things I discovered about the game is when it comes to like regular inventory, the block entity controls all of that. But for some reason, the fluid inventory, and I'm sorry, there's a chainsaw going right by my head, it sounds like. The fluid system mostly exists in the block, not the block entity. I don't know why that is, but my interface here attempts to pull it back into the block entity. So I have mixer in here the fluid container. So get fluid container BE. There we go. Input, output. Yeah, this is a generic way to handle it. Not sure why the base game doesn't do stuff like that, but you know, it is what it is. I'm just gonna roll with it. I got massively rabbit holed, sidetracked there. Okay, so we have if item slot liquid only, we don't care about. Else. Okay, so for each slot in, now we're iterating through the slots. Oh, yeah. We got to be careful here and not have too much code bloat because it would just slow down the system. Because remember, this is going to be run every transport tick, so we got to be careful. So now we're going, all right, inventory. Oh my god, that goddamn chainsaw. All right, so is blacklist. So now we got to do for each tree attribute TA in TAA dot value. That's right. The dot value is just the array of attributes. It's amazing that the chainsaw is like literally outside my window, straight down on the ground, and my mic is not picking it up at all. I wish my ears were not picking it up. So we have tree attribute. So this is literally iterating through all of the filters. Now remember, what we're looking at is the code. If TA of code, because remember it's a tree attribute. Let's see, ta dot get string of code dot code dot contains wild card detected. Okay. And then we have an else on this, which means it's not a wild card. It's an exact code. Now remember, we're doing this for every slot in the inventory, and we're going to do this until we find one, right? We're going to iterate through this until we find one or run out of slots. If we run out of slots, we're going to return null, which means we have nothing. We got nothing. There's nothing here. Okay, so wildcard detected. Let's do. I'm gonna copy this and go string the code equals ca get string dot code and do error as the default setting and do the code that contains. That way I have access to it. I don't have to nitpick. So if the wildcard is detected, slot.itemstack.collectible.code, and then we do wildcard util matches variance. Okay. Asset location wildcard. Allowed variance. Needle and haystack. So asset location wildcard. I'm kind of trusting that the person who sets up a wildcard match knows what the hell they're doing, which I know is a massive problem. It's the allowed variance that is a problem to me, because I don't know the variance. So the wild card is the code. The encode is the collectible. New asset location, the code. Oh, this could be horribly bad. So let's look at wildcard util.match. Wildcard util. That fast match. Okay, I don't need to include the thingy McDougal here. Do that. So dot match. So if that return slot. If is blist, continue. Okay, so if it's a blacklist, so if we match, but it's a blacklist, continue. Right? We're skipping that because it's a blacklist, but we matched it. If it's not a blacklist, return the slot because we matched it. It's a whitelist. So return the slot because we matched what it was. I remember this is just for like craziness. Now, if we're not a wild card, no wild card. Yeah, it's the wild card thing really really complicated this feature. Like just that alone, being able to supply the wild card was like, holy cow, massively more complex. Okay, so I'm trying to minimize the insanity here. Wildcard util.match. So if we're a wildcard, we check that. If we're not a wildcard, that means the codes have to be identical. They have to match. Because when we add the filter item, when we click a filter and we hit add, and it adds that filter, what it's actually adding is the code of that item. Right? That's what I'm adding. I'm not adding the ID. I'm not adding anything like that because that could change. But I'm basing it all on the codes. So if we're not a wildcard, that means the codes have to be exact. So if the code equals slot dot item stack. Oh, look at that. It's just new. Dot code dot to string. No, not to short string. To string. Thank you. I could probably do like compare, but that's based on asset locations, and I'm just comparing. I could do an asset location on this and compare them directly. Unique domain and code, but when you do a to string, it should include. I can do a breakpoint on that. So if is blist. So if the codes match, but it's a blist, again, continue. Else return slot. So logically, let's go over this really, really quick, just to make sure I didn't royally foobar something. We want to if slot dot empty continue. Because that would be bad if we tried to actually access. If we tried to access something in the slot and it was empty, that would be bad. Because the game would be very angry at us if it did that. Okay, so if slot.empty continue, and then we come in here and we say, okay, we're iterating through all of the slots in the inventory, all of them. May not be wise, but we're iterating through all of them, including the input slots. So if slot is item slot liquid only, we're gonna bounce because we're not liquids. Otherwise, if the slot is empty, continue. Because you could have like a chest where the first slot has a stack, and you have like 5 empty slots, and then you have some more stuff, right? So we can't just stop the first empty slot we hit. We have to look. We have to continue. But having this continue here makes it way faster because we're bouncing out as soon as like we're iterating through that is really, really fast. The continue in here is continuing on the actual filter itself. Now, we may only have one filter item in there, which is fine. Okay, so here we have this. Now, I'm pondering something. So let's just finish my thought. Coming in here, we're gonna iterate through all of the tree attribute filters, right? Which is code. That's just how it's encoded in the tree attribute. We're grabbing the code. We're saying, hey, does it contain a star? If we're a wild card, detect that. If it's a blacklist, continue. Otherwise, return it. Otherwise, if the codes are identical, which means the item is identical, again, if it's a blacklist, continue because we're skipping it. Otherwise, return the slot. I think that is it. I think that is done. The only thing that, yeah. Okay. I mean, the odds of this like working are pretty amazing. I would like. Well, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna set a breakpoint now because I know we have pipes in the world and they're gonna be ticking when we load in. So if I put a breakpoint, that it's gonna hit that right away. I don't want it to do that. I wanna wait. Wait to put my breakpoint in. Yep. See, these are actually ticking. So I want to break that. This one has the filter slot with nothing in it. Okay. So I'm going to, well, yeah, I'm going to set. Hey, look at that. It saved the filters that I had in there. Glorious. Do I have any? Let's see, I have black coal, I have Coke. How about Coke? Let's add Coke. So I have black coal in there. Let's remove black coal and charcoal. And go to Coke. So I only want to pull Coke out. And yeah, let's save that. Right? So Coke is what we're saving there. If we do this, we can verify code game Coke is block false. Okay. So now I want to put this in here. And we're going to go nearest first, which is fine. And then we're going to put this in there. It doesn't take it out. How about iron ingots? How about logs? Now black coal. Now Coke. Oh my god, it works. It works. And I can re-add that. Take this out. Put it back in here. And it should be over here. It works, everybody. It works. That is, and if as soon as I take this filter out, all this stuff will get emptied out. Boink. Glorious. It's so glorious. I love it. Oh man, it works. I can't believe it works. Well, I can believe it because I coded it, but I can't believe it works. Now, there's one thing I need to do. We go to like round robin and take this out. Yeah, see, it saves that. I need to. When I take that out, that's one bug I just realized. I had the filter in there, and I was like, you know, if I take that upgrade out, and the filter is in there, I bet you it doesn't drop the filter, which is why I didn't try it. So, like, the thing works. It's a minor miracle. So now I want to fix that bug before I forget, because I would forget. Item slot. See, this right here. Where is it? On. This is the pipe inventory. I think I have the extraction. I think the extraction node has the event. Blah, 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 blah. On slot modified. Yeah, right here. Apply upgrade. So this, yeah, when you pop this back, when you pop this in, it removes the extraction listener. Upgrade.empty. So this right here, this is It is possible for somebody to remove an upgrade. No kidding. Thanks past me for that Captain Obvious little thing. So the problem here is if we remove the upgrade and there's a filter in there, then I need to if filter dot empty, if not filter dot empty, filter dot drop, no, drop slots, params int slot ID. Vector3 dot position would be position dot to vec. Let's see. Dot no. Oh. Position of the inventory. What? What? Yeah, why is it giving me that when it's not actually this dot there it is. I knew it was in here. Dot 2 vector 3D. Dot new int question mark 1. There. Slot 1 is the filter slot. So this dot position is the position of the node. Dot up copy 1. So it's going to go up. I want to go up 1. So it tries to put it like on the top. It just kind of pops it. If there's something on the top, it's going to be all jangly, but if not filter.empty, inventory.drop slots, up copy, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Do that before it does anything else. Can filter, can change distro. That's fine. Now I want to do if upgrade.empty, if not can filter and filter dot empty. So again, this is the same code. I hate copying and pasting code like this, but so in the case where so the simple case is you have a upgrade in your hand of a lower tier than what's in there. So like a steel is in there and you want to be like, I don't need a steel, let's do a tin bronze. Well, tin bronze does not allow you to filter. Steel does. So if you have a tin bronze upgrade in your hand and you click that slot, it swaps the slots. So immediately the filter goes away. Well, if there's something in that filter slot, again, we have to actually drop the thing. Yeah, we have it in here if we're taking it out, but also if it's not empty, means we swapped it. Is there something in it, but the new something can't filter, and if it can't filter, and the filter is full, it means not filtered on empty, then we need to drop whatever is in there. So that should be just fine. And as soon as the filter gets pulled out, then the update ticker that gets assigned, that it just automatically detects if there's a filter item in there. So it says, hey, if there's no filter, the next transport tick should work just fine. So we can do a quick test while the chainsaw starts back up in the background. Okay, so let's put the steel upgrade in. Let's put the filter in and take the steel upgrade out. Pop! And there's the thing. Right? So the last part is the distribution mode. And this should... Yep. Filters are set. God, I love when stuff works. Oh, I love it when stuff works. Can change distro. We need to set the distribution mode. I'm sorry if I'm talking louder. I literally have a chainsaw going off right outside my apartment. Even though you might not be able to hear it, I can. Which is why I tend to talk louder when that thing is running. So... Let's see. Distro mode. Set distro mode. Nearest. Set distro mode. Nearest. Okay. Which, this is the default. And then do the same thing. If not, can change distro. Set distro mode nearest. Okay, that should pipe distribution. And then I should have that being encoded. Yeah, I have that being encoded down here. I automatically have the inventory, so that's fine. And then the initialize API apply upgrade. Yeah. This again gets called on load, but it also gets called if you leave the area and the chunk is unloaded, and then you go back and the chunk is loaded. Boom, you get the initialize again. So you gotta cover your bases there. All right, so now that distribution mode should reset when you remove the filter or the upgrade. Ta-da. Okay. Here, round robin, put the filter in, just verify black hole isn't moved. Oh, is this? There it is. Boink. Boink. Glorious. And then pop this off. Boink. Put it back. Boom. Distribution mode's reset. Filters reset. Everything is good to go. Good to go. Okay. That works. Now, if we look, pipe, you can see all the pipe stuff, which is good. And then fluid pipe and item pipe. So there's the fluid pipe. And so I want to I just love that stuff works. I just love it. Okay. Give block vintage engineering VE. What was it? VE. I forgot what it was called. Pipe. Pipe. Just pipe. Okay. Well, that helps. Vintage engineering pipe dash fluid. 50 of these, please. And these will be the next thing we try. Now, they don't have, right now, they don't have an object that they can attach to, which is why I didn't place any, because, yeah, we need to actually create an object for them in the pipes. So we need to add new item, BE pipe fluid. Public. Handler, add new item. Fluid transport handler. Boink. Public one of these. Before I get going, I need to take a quick bio break. Yeah, the coffee. It's the I blame it on coffee. All right. So the way that I built these pipes is a pretty straightforward process. 99% of the work is done in the base block entity, right? You don't have to touch that at all. That's the same for no matter what kind of pipe it is. It's the transport handler. That is where the rubber hits the road. I transport handler. This, and we're going to just implement it, is going to be enum pipe use dot fluid. This fluid, right, comes from this code from the actual JSON. And if we look at enum pipe use, I covered as many bases as I can. If you guys want me to add any in here that I might have missed, remember, you just do pipe dash and then one of those if you want to expand the pipes. If you want to do a gas pipe, you just add gas to the variant groups somewhere in here. If my brain right here, variant group, you add gas, you add a gas here, and you add whatever gas to a texture, and it works. It just works. Drops by type. I'm gonna need this. Fluid. Pipe. Fluid. See, here's the type. Yeah. Just insane. I've already got the ground transform and stuff. This is why the pipes are bigger when they're dropped on the ground. They're not little itty bitty cubes. They're actually big because I scale them up like 5x, like when they drop on the ground, so you can actually see them. But yeah, the fluid here, I've already got the texture, I believe. Do not touch this at all. That would be bad if you touch that. Selection boxes is, yeah, this is kind of vital to the process. Don't touch that. Textures by type, I already set that. That works. Attributes, we're not excluding any. Shape by type, the shape is the same no matter what kind of pipe it is. And then the entity class, this right here is what we need to change, and we need to register the class, which is BE pipe fluid with the mod. Come down here to register block entities. Oh. BE pipe fluid. BE fluid pipe. Then we go to here, comma, star dash fluid. BE fluid pipe. So that basically pulls in all the things. It assumes you know what you're doing, at least. Upgrades we're not caring about right now. Okay. That we're not caring about right now. Let's go back to our code. This is all we need to do here. And this, BE pipe fluid, we're going to brace this on BE pipe base, right? And then if we look at our item pipe, you can see it's actually relatively tiny. And I'm just going to straight up like just copy that like this. And then the transport, instead of this, we're going to have fluid transport handler. And that's like really all you need to do. Believe it or not, like I'm just pointing it to a different transport handler, and that is what is actually running all of this. Let's just check quickly. Can connect to, okay, yeah, this is going to be slightly different. Get interface, block entity container. Does not equal null, return true. Now, this actually, we need for each item slot in bec.inventory, if slot is item slot liquid only, return true. IVE fluid VE liquid interface V equals world dot block accessor dot get block position dot get interface IVE liquid interface world position. Okay, let's just double check this here. Sometimes I code a bunch. I have to make sure my thought like follows. So this is a really vital call. This is called by the base class to determine where the nubs appear, right? Those connection nubs. So it is vital that you really pay attention to, like, can you connect to this block? If so, I block entity container, right? This looks at this grabs an interface, block entity container, from the position in the world. It looks for that interface. If it finds it, which is not null, BEC does not equal null. If it finds it, it looks, and this time I'm looking at each slot because this is a fluid only. I can only interact with liquid slots. So if none of the slots for each item slot, if none of the slots are liquid only, then don't, like, this just checks. If any of them are liquid only, return true. That means we can interact with them. So if it goes through that whole loop, then none of the slots it found are liquid only. But I have to do a secondary one if I have that VE liquid interface, which is part of my mod. It's attempting to standardize or normalize liquid interaction, because there's going to be a lot of liquid interaction in the mod in the next tech tiers, in the MV tier especially. MV tier is going to be a massive amount of liquids, like oils and fluids and fuels and refineries and all that kind of stuff. So I want to then check the position to see if I have that liquid interface. And I want to do this outside of this if, right? Because I don't want to predicate this interface on this one. Right? If it's this interface but not this one, I don't want to restrict it. So if we're a container and we have a liquid slot, return true. If none of those are true, check this interface. And if this interface exists, return true. Otherwise, return false. The other thing I want to do is block at equals world.blockAccessor.get block position if block at dot is liquid. Return true. For debugging until we get pumps. Get a pump. Okay, so I want to see. I want to get the block. There's 5 overloads on this. I'm guessing I want a layer. Int layer, block layers access. So the position and then the layer right here. Block layer access dot fluid. So this, while it says get block is an int layer, this block layer access, this is basically an int. This is kind of an enumeration, like it's an int fluid. So if block at does not equal null and block at dot is liquid. Because if we're looking at the liquid slot and it's not a liquid, it's probably going to be null, right? We're getting the block in the liquid layer or the fluid layer. Layers dot liquid. What, like, enum block layers access. Enum block. Where is it at? Enum block layers access. Enum block layer access. What? Why is it telling me to use an enumeration that doesn't exist? It's a class. Interesting. They must have changed this like recently. Why did you do a class with this and not an enum? Which might contain ice. Well, that would be a problem. It's funny how it's like, I want the fluid layer, and he still returns ice, which is a solid. Like, if you're going to be a fluid, return a damn fluid. Don't then also return a solid. That's stupid. Now I have to create a special case so I don't try to pump ice. Oh, brutal. Returns the contents of the fluid layer unless it is empty, in which case it returns the blocks there. I think I want to do fluid or solid, actually. Because block layers access fluid or solid. Then the reason is I think my crude oil mod doesn't use the fluid layer. Maybe. But I do the is liquid here. Calling code should have looked up the blank and get blah 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 liquid only. It's funny that doesn't actually exist. Enum block layers access doesn't actually exist, and there it is. Okay. So at the very least, I want to see if it's liquid, and I'm just curious: is liquid tool mode test layer chunk blah 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 tool mode is liquid. So I think that the base collectible object matter state liquid. I think I'm hoping ice. Let's go to block types, liquid, glacial ice. Like water. Matter state liquid. Lava. Matter state liquid. Snow. How about lake ice? So I'm guessing matter state defaults to solid unless it's overridden. So if it's not in here, it's solid. So that is liquid. That'll be helpful. Yeah, that'll be helpful. Okay. There's still like a thing of like config, like ways to possibly control connections, but I'm not worried about that right now because you can override them anyway, so it's not a big deal. All right, so now the pipe, basically the fluid pipe itself, this is all we need to do. This is the most important thing you need to do for each type of pipe. You need to detect whatever you need to detect. So if you're gas, then you need to detect if there's a gas slot, which we haven't invented yet, but it would be done in the HV tier when we get to the nuclear stuff, because I kind of want to model sort of how mechanism does things. I think that would be nice for the HV tier if you're doing like nuclear reactor stuff. I think working with gases is just another level of complexity that if you've gone through the LV tier and you've got the foundation, and then you've gone through the MV tier and all of the shenanigans that's going to have in it, by the time you get to the HV tier and you're able to create like crazy alloys and you have a more power, I think that adding another type of matter that you have to move around, I think would be good and expensive and require a lot of like infrastructure to build the gas pipes, the pressurized pipes. I think that would be a good thing to have in terms of progression, where every tier allows you a little bit more complexity, a little bit more difficulty, and it keeps the content sort of fresh, and it sort of justifies the previous levels. Okay, so this here is pretty much done. What we need then is a fluid transport handler. So this code here, we go to fluid transport handler, transport tick. This is the workhorse of this system, and we want to go to item here, and we're going to grab the pull slot and the push slot. I think it's here that we need to grab. Transport handler. A lot of this is the same, but some of it will change, of course, because we're going to be focusing strictly on liquid things and stuff. And then the item transport handler, we want the transport tick itself. Okay. So right now, it's exactly the same as a as an item pipe, but we need to now customize it greatly to be a fluid pipe. So first things first, let's worry about the pull slot. And this is why I wanted to do the filter stuff before I did this, because the filter still applies. You'll just be able to filter on like water portions and stuff like that. Okay, so now get pull slot inventory.empty, and that still applies. Node.filter, no item stack down attributes. Now we want to look at the actual. See, here's where things get really tricky. The barrel.
the inventory of the barrel is a generic with a single liquid only slot, right? So this says 50 liquid only. Self is your inventory base, like inventory generic, blah blah blah. So it's basically two slots. First slot is the input. Second slot is the liquid only. So we're only concerned with the liquid only. But the block entity itself, we can't use this because I think the liquid only slot get suitability. Yeah, this overrides the get suitability here, which it's good because the push side of things will have this for the fluids. But the inventory itself, the inventory generic, if we look at that and we look at get pull from slot, you can see like return base. Where with this, I don't think the inventory overrides the pull from slot. If we look inventory generic, if we look at this, yeah, there is no pull from slot here. So I don't think it's, yeah, it would show it here. It would be this.inventory dot get auto pull from slot or whatever. So they don't override it, which means it's doing the base, which returns null. So in the end, the barrel itself doesn't allow you to pull automatically from it. So how then so like this is just, it doesn't matter. Inventory generic. What inventory type is the inventory generic, but what inventory, where is that check? Get block entity generic typed container. I don't think, if we look at block entity barrel, block entity liquid, block entity container, yeah. So generic typed container is not in the tree. I'm guessing it is a branch from here, derived. I mean, a liquid. Generic typed container. Where would that be? I think it's like there's one more step. Openable? Yeah. So openable and then generic typed. So the barrel is not an openable thing like a chest. It's like, it's unique. So this, again, doesn't really matter. However, we could check on liquid container because there are 4 that we have here. Right? Block entity liquid container is one that we can check. And then if we look at, say, the fluid here, well, we already look at it. We look at the interface if it's a liquid only. So this, we don't need to check here because it is what it is. But I don't think my fluid container, no, the fluid container is not, but it is that interface. So that's one thing we can check pretty easily. Fluid handler. So if we are a fluid container, then we need to get pull slot. And this one, instead of is generic, we can do is base fluid. B. Right? Is base fluid B. Now we are differentiating between the two. Where this one and this one are different, right? True and false. We're separating the base game version to every other version. So this is like a generic, like, hey, if it's this, we just want to pull anything. And if it's this, we need to specifically look. Although I don't know how much difference that is. Like, I don't really... Item slot, pull, block entity, is block entity container, get pull slot, pull. This we're going to have to separate out because remember, check to see if block is a liquid block for debugging. Eventually, we're going to have pump, and a pump is going to be able to actually pump out the fluids and, you know, do what pumps do. So stack size, yeah, whatever. Now, check to see if the block. Okay, my brain just sort of fizzled there for a second. So block entity liquid container true, which comes down here. If this is true, for each item slot. Slot in inventory. If slot is item slot liquid only, return slot. We want to take that out. Okay, so this covers all the base game ones. Else, we need to cover my interface now. IVE fluid liquid interface. I liquid equals why am I not passing in the world accessor here? I need to pass in the world accessor. might be null. Well, that would not be good. That would not be good at all. We can't have that be null. Not good. Okay. If I liquid does not equal null, return I liquid dot get liquid auto pull from slot. La 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 la. Node dot face code block facing dot no what block facing dot from code dot opposite. Okay. Okay, so the two possible valid connections would be a base game fluid block entity, right? Block entity liquid container. That's a base game fluid container, or a block entity that implements in some way, shape, or form my interface. And anywhere. The block can enable it, the block entity could have it, or any of the behaviors could also have it. So if any of those have this interface, then grab it and then get that liquid pull from slot. Otherwise, return null. We can't pull from it at all. Right? We can't grab it. And this is strictly if we don't have a filter. So this is step one. Now we get to do it all again. With very, very similar things. So if is base fluid, okay, and then we do this. Okay. If slot is blacklist, okay, empty blacklist. Empty blacklist accepts anything. Excludes nothing, so return. Okay, if base fluid BE, which means if we're the base game, then do this. Else, do this. I hate duplicating this code. I really, really do. I hate it, but so if it is a blacklist, but it's an empty blacklist, right? It's a blacklist, but it has no filters. So empty blacklist. If it's a fluid, if it's a base game fluid, then do the slots. Otherwise, grab the VE liquid interface and grab the auto liquid slot. Otherwise, return null. If it's not a blacklist, if it's an empty whitelist, excludes everything. Just return null. Because if it's an empty whitelist, We're not moving anything anyway. Why would you do that? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Logically, you wouldn't do that, but if somebody did, I want to make sure that we don't break things. Okay, so down here, this is where my brain starts like, okay, now we got to think. Wildcard util match. Now this is not. This now flips that script. If slot is not item slot liquid only, right? Then continue. Else, it almost is. I almost don't need to change anything in here because now we're just checking the code of everything. So I want to check real quick. Liquid water. This is the block. Okay, now let's check items. Block types, let's close that. Item types. Resource, no, liquid. So like water portion. Handbook. This right here is what I'm looking for because this we need to be able to see water portion. So I need to check the filter in game and see if the water portion is in there because that's really what the code is going to have to be. Because that's the water portion is actually the thing that's in the slot, right? It's the water portion and it's stack size of like 5,000. That's how it moves fluids, right? So very, very important. So the water itself is a block. The water portion is an item. Also distinct and anyway. So going in here, if a slot is not item slot liquid only, we almost don't need to worry at all about what kind of inventory we are in, but I kind of do anyway. So because I need to control, at least allow the control. So else, if slot in inventory, tree array attribute, reach slot in the inventory. Do I need this? I don't think I need this. Because this does not care. If we look at, say, the inventory of the mixer. So this is what the mixer uses. And the mixer, let's see if memory serves. The mixer has 4 input slots, 2 input, no. 2? Yeah, 2 input fluid slots, one output fluid and one output item. So we have slots 4 and 5 is liquid only, and then 7, which is your output, is liquid only. Yeah, this is by far like one of the biggest, bulkiest, like craziest machines. Largely untested because I can't think of any recipes to use with it. Not right now. You know, I'm not in like crazy intermediate balance mode, right? I'm not in like, my mindset is not like, ooh, let's come up with this recipe and this recipe and this. Like, I'm trying to prevent myself from going down that rabbit hole because I could spend weeks tweaking and tuning, and I do that with farming sim all the time, like just constantly little tweaking little values here and there. So I got to prevent myself from doing that as much as possible. So you got the get auto pull from slot, but we don't have obviously the liquid interface here, which we could. Right? We could have that interface in here. I should have done that. Now that I'm looking at this, like I should have done that. Rather than have the interface on the block entity, which is the fluid container BE. I keep forgetting about that. Which is under the electrical. This is a generic. The generic one. So this is grabbing get liquid slot. Output liquid container slot IDs, input liquid container. Okay, so I just want to make sure that the actual mixer itself is overriding these two things. There it is. Yep. So this is overriding. This is actually setting the slot IDs. And then the base class is basically returning that, which is fine. But the filters, here's the problem: is I have access to that. Why not use it? Like, why not use it? Get auto pull from slot. For each slot in a yeah. There's definitely a different way to handle the fluid stuff. With the filters. Because remember, the filters need to apply to all the possible slots. So I do need to do a for each on specifically this interface. So if we go back to the fluid handler, what just happened? There we go. If liquid does not equal null, now this is going to be, this has to be different. But there's no way. I need to iterate through both the slots, so I need output. Okay. For each item slot liquid only slot in
You have somebody in chat. So far, they've just been making general comments, but might want to see if they have any questions.
Yeah, if you have any questions, go ahead and
Big reason why you're doing streams rather than just recording videos on it.
yeah, it's not really the kind of thing you can record a video on. It would be so hard to do.
Yeah, it would
Uh,
feel so awkward, even though you know that, well, it'd just be the same as nobody commenting. But
public virtual int is the interface. Okay, so that's why. That's why. I need to. Damn. Basically, if it's a liquid interface, then grab the base object from that uses that. I really hate doing this. I'm pondering whether to change the interface because this is icky code. If a modder after the fact does their own object that implements that interface, this wouldn't work, which is why I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it so much that I'm just no. We just don't. No. I don't want to do it. I don't like it. So we've got to figure out we got to add basically these two to the thing. I think it's possible. How long have you been coding VS mods? 3.5 years, I think. Like, I could check. A good rough estimate would be my rock blocks mod. If is that not even in here? That might not even be in here. It's so old. Simple mods. Rock blocks. Mod. Yeah, rock blocks. Recipes. 2021. Roughly. October 21. So September, October of 2021 was when I started modding the game. It's a good estimate. Because the rock blocks has largely not been touched since then. Obviously has not been touched since October 21, and that mod still works. It's still valid. It still is fully functional, which is great. Show me another game that has 4 or 5 updates, and the mod still works. Doesn't need to be touched at all. Pretty impressive. Now, adding this to the interface allows me then to access that information. It's like, because I implemented it in a way that's like, ooh, this implements those already. I don't need to change anything. I just expose that via the interface. That way, when I'm in here, I can go iLiquid, output container slot IDs. Right? This allows me to iterate through all the slot IDs. Not mine. No, I tried doing Minecraft mods many years ago, and I just, yeah, it wasn't fun. It wasn't fun nor intuitive. Like, it wasn't intuitive at all, or easy. And I hated Java. I hated everything about it. I didn't like what little IDEs were around for it. Visual Studio, I love Visual Studio. And I know some people hate it, but I love Visual Studio. It just makes programming so much faster and so much easier. Okay, so now that we're iterating through the slot IDs, now we need to do a similar thing down here for every thingy McDougal down here. So if inventory of slot ID is not item slot liquid only, continue, because continue, thank you. Well, just a sanity check, make sure we're not stepping on anybody's toes here. Else, we don't really need an else, but I put an else because it's easier to read. Sadly, Visual Studio is not available on Linux. Yeah, I mean, VS Code, you can use VS Code on Linux. I know Blue Lightning uses VS Code on Linux, and he has no problem modding Vintage Story. So, it's fully possible to do that. Okay. Now, we need to check the filter. So this right here is specifically for liquid interfaces. The rest of this is sort of like generic. But again, like, damn it, I hate doing this, but copying this, like these blocks of code for each slot ID, for inventory.slot ID, now we need to check tree attributes. So if inventory of slot ID dot empty continue, same sort of thing down here, and then we have this block here, and I may end up just deleting this setup down here. I haven't gotten that far yet. For each tree attribute, so now we're looking at the filters. For wildcards, like liquid wildcards, I guess. Inventory.slot ID. Like that. So the special case of this means I might have more than one tank. The base game does not support having more than one tank, right? Nor does it even support having separate input and output tanks. It's one and only one, and that's what you interact with. Like you right click with a bucket. That's the one you interact with. So you have to be careful with how you interact, but so this is for wild cards, although I can't imagine you using a wild card with a fluid. It's possible, but a fluid is a fluid. Like, can't imagine. Yeah, I just couldn't imagine doing that. BS modding. Wiki seems very. This game is by far one of the easiest to mod I've ever seen. I've modded many games over the years, and this one is, if you're not a programmer, you can mod it just with backend JSON patching. So there's huge amounts that you can do just with JSON patching. If you check the modding, if you just download a bunch of mods and you look at them, you can kind of see like how it all works. That's how I learned. But yeah, backend JSON patching, you can mod anything. If you're a coder, you can mod like the modding API. It's one of those games where the game is actually built on the modding API, not the other way around. So the entire survival game is based on the modding API. The only other game that I've ever known to do that is Factorio, where the game is built on the modding API, not the API is built on the game. So it's phenomenally good. Okay, so if iLiquid does not equal null, we're iterating through the slots. Each slot on the output, we don't care about the input, we care about the output. And we get through this if we have any match, right? If we have a match, return that slot. If we get through all of this, we have no matches, we need to return null. Right? That means we have the interface, but we don't have any matches. We don't need to look any harder. If we don't have the interface, we come down here and we just iterate through the slots. Right? We just iterate through the slots. Which covers the base game thing. It just does it with a filter instead of not, because this is no filter and this is with filter. So now we just iterate through. If we're the only 4 items in the game which are not item slots, they're only the base 4 things, like the distiller, the barrel. I want to be able to cover those because I definitely want to move fluids in and out of barrels and stuff. So it is what it is. So now this should be done. It's a little bit more complex of a thing. Get pull slot. Now get push slot. Let's. I just need to double check all of this. Get push slot. Block entity to contain. Inventory. Okay. Block entity container. Get auto push into slot. Now, I think even fluid inventories, block entity liquid container, get auto push into slot. Oh, that's null. But if I look at barrel, there it is. Get suitability. This is what's called for that push into slot. So like when you right click with a bucket with fluid in it, it's calling this function. But I don't see an override. Oh yeah, there it is. Get auto push into slot. At block facing dot up. Aha! Inventory of 0. Which one is the... Okay. So this one we're not able to push into directly. As you can see, ID of 0 is the item slot. ID of 1 is the liquid slot. And so get auto push into slot only looks at 0 from the up face. And I wonder, base type, let's look at, say, the boiler. Does this even have an inventory? Inventory class name boiler. Says it does. I'm not seeing any inventory initialization in here though. Input stack. That inventory of 0. So where does it initialize the inventory? Inventory. So the boiler is, I think this is fluid. I think it boils the fluid, right? Or is this like the end game boiler thing that you sort of artificially fuel? Input stack temperature. Yeah, this is like, I'm seeing a lot of like input stack, but I don't see where it initializes it. Yeah, see, equals this inventory of 0. But what initializes inventory? Something has to. On interact. Okay. Add grass, add firewood. Oh, okay. So this is definitely the thing you build the fire underneath. My guess is the fire pit or the boiler, sorry. Block entity boiler, that's what we're looking at. Block boiler. This is what initializes the fluid or the inventory. Block entity boiler. Get block placed. Like on interact. I'm at a loss. I have no idea how or where this inventory is accessible. Okay. Well, inventory base inventory. If inventory no return. Actually, I need to do that here. So if inventory is null, return null. Because remember that the boiler null is a distinct possibility. Because it might detect it as in the can connect to, but it could easily get blasted when it tries to interface with it. So if the inventory is null, if it's empty, or if its count equals 0, right? So these are just sanity checks. And then the first check here is the filter with the node. So if it's empty, do this. If it's not, do all of this. So now I just want to see, like, in the case that we are base fluid BE, which is the case for the barrel, it's also the case for the boiler. Like, neither of those really allows, like, anything. but we sort of ignore that, right? We just go through the slots anyway. So if it's a liquid interface, that's a special thing from my mod. Otherwise, do this, and we just look at the inventory. We don't even care that the game doesn't allow you to push and pull, because we're basically bypassing that. Because the base game doesn't have any way of doing it. So I'm adding that. I'm adding a way to do that. And who knows, the next update might have stuff that breaks all of this. I don't know. But now, since this is happening, we need to check one last thing here. If, remember, we are allowing a connection on the can connect to a block. If the block is a liquid, we're allowing the connection. This is sort of going to simulate how a pump works without actually doing a pump. The pump is going to be more complex because it's going to have ranges and stuff. But I want to be able to handle that. So the pull slot pull equals null, which inventory base inventory, if block entity connected to is block entity, that's false. Pull slot here, it's assuming the inventory. Inventory equals null. That is a problem. This is where I need actually if inventory is null, means it's a block. So now block LB block equals world.blockAccessor.getBlock at connected to if L block dot is liquid. Block layer access dot fluid or solid. If L block dot is liquid. Now let's check the water block. Block types liquid water. So this was what controls like portions, right? So lava by default doesn't have it. My mod, I think it's Ores of Plenty, allows you to bucket lava. Salt water. Really, saltwater doesn't have a portion to it? Oh yeah, it does.
I would have been pretty shocked.
There it is. Just everything is in a different orders depending on what you're looking at. So the watertight container props, we need to grab that. Watertight container props, W props equals lblock.get water. Oh man, how did? See, now we got to look up how the hell we interface. And this is where DNSpy really shines. Let's look up watertight container props. We can look up the analyze, which is a phenomenal thing. Used by. There we go. Now we're looking at stuff. Block barrel. Block recipe. No. Let's do. I want to sort of grab. Block liquid container base. See, this is one of the instances that breaks. This is probably really, really old code. But this is actually a static call, believe it or not. Liquid slot.item stack. So you can see this is a static call. So we don't actually need to instantiate this block liquid container base, but we do need to send it an item stack. So we need item stack L block stack equals new item stack. Let's see. Block. L block. It defaults to 1. Right? So grab the block. If it's liquid, create an item stack out of it, and then use that item stack to get block liquid container base dot get containable props of the stack. Good to go. Excellent. If w props does not equal null, always sanity check that. Always. Okay. So, watertight containable props. Items per liter. Been spilled. So what this does essentially is return these things here. So this code is what item that it returns for, like what type of fluid is associated with this block. And how do we use that? Props. Items per liter, capacity. What's the capacity? Max stack size. Props.max stack size. Oh, my eyeballs are swimming. I gotta be right back. All right, I can think again. Now, um, now I need two containable prompts. I basically want let's look at the bucket really quick. Wow. Bucket. One slot. Initialize. Interesting that the bucket the slot in the bucket is not a liquid only slot. Where Wow, this is just like the most basic what? Block bucket. Do place block. Where's the interaction? So I'm pretty sure this is a block wood bucket. Okay. So there's the props. That's fine. There's got to be something that interacts. This is weird. Like Liquid container. It's got to be somewhere in here. When you right click with the bucket, transfer stack size liters. Oh, this is actually a big. Ooh, yeah, I was like scrolling through. This is a big object. Unblock interact start. Attributes that is true as a named bool attribute. Handle liquid container interact. No, does not have that attribute. Okay. Or am I looking at the attributes? Oh, no, I'm looking at, okay. Single take. If you're holding shift or if you're holding control. I happen to remember when you're holding control, you place the material, kind of force place it. The take, I don't remember having to hit shift to take a bucket of something. Although you're probably no? I don't know what the heck that does, but okay. Well, it is what it is. So one thing we want to do, what I want to do is basically create an item stack of whatever type of fluid that thing is putting in. Remember, this is kind of like for debugging. I just want to make sure that when I actually, the things actually move the materials around the way that it should. So watertight containable props. I've got the props. Items per liter. Max stack size. When filled props. Is that what I'm looking for? When filled, yes. Items per liter. Look at salt water. Items per liter when filled. Excellent. So that returns a JSON item stack when filled. So I can pretty easily do item stack portion equals new item stack of wprops dot when filled dot stack. Dot resolved item stack. Okay. That gets me the stack portion dot stack size equals portion dot max portion dot yeah, max stack size. I don't think it's not in here. We look at the individual things. Items per liter. Max stack size. Okay, so the portion itself also has watertight container props. So we can do watertight containable props, portion props equals block liquid dot get containable props portion. If p props does not equal null. This is a crazy rabbit hole. This is crazy. All this is trying to create an item stack of the fluid that we're looking at. Because I want this to sort of apply, the same sort of code is going to also apply to the pump. So when you place the pump on top of a fluid, it's going to have to see that, and it's going to have to know like what to grab, even though it's going to grab the whole block at a time. That's really the only way to do it. So portion dot stack size equals p props dot items per liter. Well, max stack size. Because this is the portion, which is like water portion, dot stack size which should be this. This is the water portion, dot max stack size. But it's not the. It's not. It should be in the portion. Why isn't it in the portion? Item stack dot max stack size. It's right there. This is weird. Why is the... Because everything else has a max stack size. Ooh, you know what I think it is? Portion dot collectible dot max stack size. Yeah. So I don't even need, yeah, I don't need the okay. So now we have the stack size, which is the max stack size. Now we need pull dot item stack equals portion. Pull. Well, we're not initializing it. Pull equals new item slot. Oh, shit. You have to associate it with an inventory. Really don't want to do that. And I highly doubt the game would appreciate me setting that to null. So, oh, man. Because I can't attach it to this inventory because it doesn't exist. I can't really attach it to the inventory. Yeah. So maybe, I mean, maybe pull equals new item slot, new dummy inventory. Pull dot item stack equals portion. Can I do a copy dot clone? Like that. Just in case. Sometimes you want to do this just because. Dummy inventory pull. Yeah, I don't know what happens when this kind of goes out of scope. Moved equals try on moved equals 0 return. Um, um, I mean, I'm hoping it's not a memory leak. We're just doing a dummy inventory. It's going to exist in this instance. We're grabbing that fluid. We're just basically grabbing a stack of that fluid portion. And then we're looking at all the other things because this shouldn't be true. This is definitely not true because we instantiated up here. So this, or this should initialize the pull. So this shouldn't be true. Stack size, upgrade rate. I'm going to put this up here since that's based on the upgrade. And then stack size. Just because there's such a vast difference between a regular item with a stack size of 64 and a fluid with a stack size of 5,000. So, because the items per liter, if stack size equals -1, that's the full stack. Else, we need to adjust the stack size because this is a fluid. And we need to base it off of the pull, watertight containable props of the portion items per liter. So now the issue is like the top tier file open item upgrade. The top tier generic is 64 items. And this can be anything, right? This could be 60, could be whatever. The steel, the -1 is a special case. That's full stack no matter what. Grab the full stack. I don't care how much it is. So the 64, right? If we did a multiplier, items per liter times the stack size, that would be 6,400, which would exceed the max stack size. So there would be no reason to go to the steel. So what I could do, what would be the best way to handle this, is take the rate divided by 10 times items per liter. Right? If we did that, this copper level would go to 4, it would be to 0.4 times 100 would be 40. The same for this would be 6.4 times 100 would be 6,400, which is like 6 liters. But then we're 6,400 is still way in excess of 5,000. So if we did to divide by 100, would be 0.04 times 100 would be 4. 64 would be 6.4. Yeah, I know I could just divide it by like whatever, but you're not guaranteed items per liter is going to be 100. Oh my god, my brother is just messaging. As soon as I like message him back for something, it's just like, brrr. Oh, I feel the tail on my leg. Um. So yeah. God, fine. I have to do this whole rigmarole just to have her jump into my lap for 5 minutes. Come on. Otherwise, she will not leave me alone. Um. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. Rate. Like rate divided by items per liter, or items per liter divided by rate. If we did that, it's 100 divided by 4 would be 25. So that would be okay. That'd be 25 water portion. This oh, chin is out. I must do chin scritches. Yep, I must do chin scritches. Yeah, the higher tier, the copper would be 25 portions per tick. The higher tier would be just 1.5. That would kind of going backward, I think. Hmm. How do we? We could do rate divided by items per liter. And then max stack size times that. So that would be 4 divided by 100.04. And then 5,000 times 200. And then the other one would be or just straight up divide. No, that wouldn't work. But the 5,000 times 6.4. That's a problem. Anything over 1 would be a problem. But no, it would be divided that by 100 would be 0.64. So 5,000 times 3,200. That works. Yeah, that works. Let's do that. Sorry. I need my other hand. I can't pet you. I need a third hand so I can pet her and do all this stuff. Okay. This is fun. I need the props. Here are the purrs. You're going strong. You're an hour early too, by the way. Yeah, days are getting shorter. She's not adjusting. Still haven't taught her how to look at the clock. Okay. Oh, there she goes. Back in again. Jesus. So what did I decide? Stack size equals stack size was the upgrade rate. Node.upgrade rate divided by wprops.items per liter. Okay. And then times pull dot item stack collectible dot max stack size. Why float to int? Okay. So basically multiplying the max stack size by the upgrade rate minus divided by the items per liter. So this should give you a decimal point. So I'm going to say, I'm going to cast this as a float just to ensure. Upgrade rate divided by the float of items per liter. So that's like 4 divided by 100, which would be 0.04 times the max stack size, which is 5,000, gives me the actual stack size. Okay. And only do that if props are good. So don't do it if it sucks. All right, so the git push, I am not going to worry about that right now. I think this, I've already gone through this. Yeah, there's a lot of replication in here, but I just couldn't figure out a way to do it elegantly. You know, step 1 is getting the feature working, and step about 7 is optimizing it. So, yeah, this is. I don't think we're going to be able to like push into a barrel. The game is just not set up. The base game is just not set up to move fluids automatically. There's just no way to do it. So he just didn't code any way to do it. Yeah, here's the inventory condenser. 2 slots. Second slot is the bucket that you place. That's the slot. So the slot 0 is likely the fluid, except I doubt it's even initialized as a liquid only slot. So a lot of the features of the fluid pipes are going to have a really hard time interacting with the base game objects because they really did not support a fluid interface at all. So they're looking at block liquid or container top open. So this is the bucket. Pass the liters. Try put into, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I don't Receive distillate. Yeah. So this is distilled stack. Oh, next double. A lot of weird shenanigans. It's a lot of times when I read through the base game code, it looked so much more complicated than it really needs to be. Like, there's just so much more to this. I don't know if it's just my brain just doesn't think that it needs to be this massively complicated, but man, it just seems like it's way more complicated. You're literally like, I mean, the distillation, this condenser is literally taking drips of stuff from the boiler or a bucket and just basically converting it directly. There's no recipe that this thing uses, which sucks. Right? It sucks that there's no recipe that I know of. Distilled stack. It's basically in the props, right? If we go, I don't even know what brine. No, let's see what distills. Raw juice. What do you actually distill? Cider? Yeah, there it is. Distillation props. This is literally setting up like what the distillation does. It's not a recipe. They're just props. And so it just matches cider portion rice, cider portion rye, cider portion amaranth, cider portion cassava, and it just determines what it splits into, and then spirit portion dash fruit is the you can, I think, get everything down. I think the fruit is like the wine. I think that's what essentially that's doing. So like the mead is spirit portion mead. So cider portion and spirit portion. So that just determines that. Watertight, yeah. So that's where the props come in. But as far as like interacting with it, I am not anticipating interacting with this thing. Period. Like I think it would be between this, I think I might be able to do the barrel, but I highly, highly doubt Yeah, block entity barrel. Inventory generic, item slot liquid only. This is like one of the only ones that actually has an actual slot that's a liquid only that I can interact with. And then the get suitability. Remember, inventory slot 1 is a liquid. If the target slot equals the liquid slot and the item slot has something in it, so this would actually, I think we would be able to interact with a push here. I'm pretty sure. Because the get suitability is what's called when you do the push. Um, I don't think it matters which direction it's coming from. No, it doesn't. It doesn't care. So it's seeing if it matches. If it matches, it's if current sector collectible, current stack, okay, is an item. But we also need and this is getting more complex. How is this get liquid auto push into slot? If slot 2, 5. If item slot dot equals okay, or in slot and ID. Okay, so that first for each iterates through the slots, and if there's a matching liquid, send that. If that fails, it goes through them again and just returns the first empty slot. That makes sense. So we need to account for this interface somewhere in here. IVE liquid interface IVEL equals world dot block accessor dot get block of node dot position dot get interface of IVE liquid. IVE liquid. Come on. Give me there it is, of world and node dot. No, I want node dot. Node dot block position. All right, because we have a bunch of different connections. That's not going to work. I wanted to do like a one master one and then have everybody use it, but no, not that lucky. IVE liquid interface, IVEL equals world.block accessor.get block on array of x dot position dot get interface IVE liquid interface. I hate that you do that. World con array. I don't know why you have to set that again. So stupid. I literally base this interface off of our block position already. Not position. Okay, and then if IVL does not equal null, and then item slot liquid only slot equals IVL dot get auto push into push get liquid auto push into slot now is this the right way to do this? if this is true, if it's not null, then we want to grab the pull from, right? We want to grab the auto push into slot. If this is true, if slot equals null, continue, return slot. Right? Meaning what we're connected to has that interface, but we don't have any valid connections. The continue goes to the next, right? It's going to, every transport tick, it's going to try to at least have one movement. If it's not this interface, if it's an entity container, right? Grab the inventory. Get auto. Well, I'll hmm. Yeah. I'll debug this. This should work. And then this code here is the extra code that essentially applies universally. Okay. For some reason, okay, I don't. I just return it. Because with this mode, round robin, it checks each update tick one of the entries. And then the next update tick moves to the next entry. So it's a little bit more restricted where it doesn't iterate through all of them. Like if it can't find one, if it's in round robin mode, and let's say there's 50 chests that it's inserting into, and 49 of those chests are full, it's not going to iterate through 49 chests to find the 50th and insert that. And the next one is going to iterate through 49 chests and insert it. It's going to jump through, right? So round robin is extremely handy to fill machines with ingredients, but it is incredibly bad if you're trying to, fill a lot of different chests or crates with items quickly, right? So there's a trade-off. Round robin is a trade-off, whereas like nearest first is and furthest first, those are a little bit more flexible. Okay, and then the random. Well, I can take this and do that. Because this is grabbing just a random number and pushing the random number. Remember, this function, this handler is only processed on the server. This is not processed on the client. Okay. What are the odds? What are the odds that this this actually runs? That would be a minor miracle. A minor miracle if this actually runs. Okay, build. Fingers crossed. Fingers and toes. All crossed, everybody. I'm anticipating problems. Very rarely do I program this much code and not have any issues. Do I need a barrel? I think I need a barrel. I don't think I have any barrels on me. Do I need a barrel? Barrels, barrels. Who's got the barrels? There's a bucket. Don't want to do that. Okay, so barrel. Yeah. Give block. Block. Oh, just barrel. Give me 4 barrels. No? There we go. So, as you can see, it did detect that as fluid. Excellent, excellent. Now, this could go very badly. Wink. Oh, already. Just like that. Bingo bango. No ref. Yeah, because I'm an idiot. It assumes there's a block there. This question mark is one of those like interesting little language quirks. It's basically like it says this can be null, right? And if this is null, then then just say no. Don't do the rest of this if this is null, right? Don't do the rest. It's kind of a stop point. If it's null, ignore the rest and just return null, which should go down here. Okay. It's funny that it hit that exception in the line before my breakpoint. It still crashed. Okay. Oh, I need to do the barrel thing again. Give block barrel or here, there, there. And wink. Wait, why? Now why is it crashing? Call stack. Call stack, where are you? Call stack. Transport stick. World is not null, right? Block accessor. Not null. Connected to. Get interface. There we go. Cleared that right up. Now it should be null. Yes. So stack size, that's fine. That's the upgrade that we're in. So inventory equals null. Now we're going to look at the block. So we're going to get the block. Water still. This should be true. So we're going to grab the stack. Water still. 7. Yeah, that's the actual block. Now we're going to grab the container props. Now we're going to do the result. Ooh. Resolved item stack is null. That is bad. So let's look at wprops.whenFilled.stack is no, but it has a code. It has a code. So why is the resolved item stack like bad and stuff? That should be resolved. Game.water portion or game::water portion. That is the thing and stuff. That should be right. If I I can't do this. So I have to just stop debugging, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to give myself the barrels again and do all that. I expected that to be resolved. Why wasn't that resolved? Dot resolve. World. Pipe. Do just filter pipe. Print warning on error. True, sure. Dot. Stack? No. Dot resolve returns. Bool. So I can do a question mark. W props dot when fill dot stack dot resolved item stack colon no. Portion colon question mark equals new item stack new asset location w props dot when fill dot stack. JSON item stack dot code dot to string. Oh, good lord. Binary reader. Damn it. This is what I hate. I don't know. Well, this is, I mean, it's definitely a new item, right? Portion has to be an item. Oh, it has to be, right? Like, it has to be an item. Let me look at this again. Byte data. Yeah, it's weird that you can't instantiate an item stack with the asset location code. You have to know if it is an item or a fluid, or item or a block going into it. When filled, dot stack, dot resolve. W prompts. Okay. I just want to see. Let's try this again. If I have to, I'll use that stack code. I'm hoping the resolve will do it. Because it should, the code is there. It's not like the code is missing. Why the game didn't resolve it, I don't know. It's weird. So give block barrel or I should just save and exit now. That way it's in here. Okay. This could crash. Okay. Hey, look at that. It actually worked. Excellent. Stack size 5,000. Pull. New item slot. Dummy inventory. Max stack size. Stack size is 0. Oh, right. Do this. Pull. Stack size 5,000. Water portion. Now it should skip all of the. Ooh. It just overwrote that. Damn it. If, else, if, oh, wow. Really, game? If world dot block accessor dot get block. Oh my god, stop. Connected to dot get interface. Damn it. No, this is not going to work either. Else if poll equals no. Use of unassigned. What are you talking about? You have it just fine here. Damn it. Like this one's fine. Why is this one fine? Because it can't get through here unless it assigns it? How about I do item slot equals no? How do you like that? There, now it's assigned. Else if poll equals no. Can I do that? Hey! It worked. So, yeah. Because poll will equal no if this is false and this is false. But if this, like if inventory, if this doesn't run, and then this doesn't run, poll is still going to be equal to no. So do this. And if it's still null, then return. But if we do this code, pull will no longer equal null. So therefore this is false. Therefore do this. But I know this is kind of crazy doing this twice. But I mean, I could push this up to here. If pull equals null, do this. If pull equals null after this, then return. But I'll keep it the way that it is just for funsies. Okay. Let's try this again. 5th time's a charm, everybody. 5th time every time. While we roll around here. I mean, just being able to move the fluids from A to B is would be a huge accomplishment because there's literally no system in the game to do that. And it would help Oss's like wine creation pretty well. So like give block barrel for. There we go. All right. So essentially, what I'm trying to want to do is move the water into the barrel, right? That would be ideal. So let's trigger that and pop out of here, and let's see. We've already got that pull item stack good. Now, that should be false. Yeah, we're in the pull slot. Pull equals null, that's false. Pull equals null, that's false. Stack size equals 1 or -1. No, that's not it. So now we need to pull the container props, right? And the stack size is going to be the upgrade rate, which is 1 divided by 100, which is 100th, times that should be 50? Boom, 50. Excellent. Item stack move operation. We're just passing it the basically the 50. That's kind of the important part here. Now the get push slot. Do I have a breakpoint in there? I do. Okay. We should have just one item in there. Sorting is fine. Array.length is 1. This is false. Okay. Now, we are looking at this block entity barrel inventory count is 2 so this could be null. I'm hoping it isn't. Hey, we have a slot. We actually have a slot. Item slot push. Item slot barrel input. Uh-oh. Well, let's F it. Let's just go back. Okay. So push is actually a thing. Now we're going to try to move the pull water portion into push with the move operation. Oh shit. Supplied slot is not part of this inventory. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I knew having that dummy inventory was going to wreck us. Supplied slot is not part of this inventory. Man, we got so close. We got so close. Right at the very end. Right when we tried to push it in. Giggity. Why did that hate us? Why did it hate? All I'm trying to do is push 50 water portions into there. It does not like. Oh, damn it. Oh, man. Okay. Try put into. This is essentially what I'm calling. Only I'm. If you look at this function, I'm calling it off of the pull, which in this instance has no inventory, right? So basically, when I try this, it's this call, right? This that onslaught modified did modify boom, right? It's saying, oh, you don't have the thingy McDougal. So sad face for you. How the hell how exactly onslaught modified, because it's trying to grab the slot ID of the slot that we have, but the slot, remember, is just like a dummy. It's a dummy inventory. It's not associated with an inventory. Inventory base. Dummy inventory. I wonder if I can just this inventory. This dummy inventory used. It would be nice to see like, well, really, that's not what I control seed on. I literally control seed on this. There we go. Dummy inventory. I was already open to it. Jeez, my brain is hurting. Used by nothing. Base, inventory base, derived types. Inventory generic. I mean, maybe it's because it's a dummy inventory, and it's like, there's a lot of extra stuff in here. String inventory ID. Can I used by a ton of stuff? Yeah, it's literally nulling every. I can do this. Let's try this. New inventory generic. 1 null null null. What are the odds that this works? Let's remove that. So this is saying pull is give me an inventory generic with one slot with nothing else, like inventory ID, none of that stuff matters. And give me that 0 slot. If we look, it's literally like I don't care about any of this stuff. Okay. I mean, the odds of this happening, the odds of this working are pretty slim. Inventory generic. How do I? Let's look at really quick the barrel. Why aren't these in alphabetical order? Why? Because I want to say there's a little quirk. Fine. I'll do that again. Yeah, inventory to generic. Because I want this to be a liquid only, right? So I hate doing this. I really do. So we're tying it into this. I mean, what are the odds that this works? um, right. We're setting up the one slot, returning the one slot as a liquid only item slot with self. Okay. Oh, control this, and then let's try this. I mean, the fingers are crossed and the toes, metaphorically speaking. No. There we go. Okay. Here goes nothing. Damn it! What? A no ref? push. What? What is no reffing me? Did modify item slot. Inventory base. Okay. It's saying something in there. Did modify item slot. Something in there is null? How? I really wish this would give me more information. But you can see the push slot has 50 items in it. And the move, well, no, let's see, push and then pull has 50 less items in it. So it actually moved the things. It actually moved them. But for some reason, something is a null ref in there. And it's saying in did modify item slot. I don't think I can debug into that. I can try. Possibly, maybe. So I know inventory ID. I don't have the API in here. Let's do, can I do world.api? Yeah. Possibly. It's one null that's we're in there. Inventory ID. Doesn't matter. Fluid source block. I mean, it might be trying to interface with something that's null. Those are the only two variables that were null, right? Those are the only two variables that were null. So, oh shit. Index was outside of the bounds of what? What are you talking about? Boy, it really does not like not having an inventory attached to something. It really doesn't like that at all, does it? Index was outside the bounds of the array. Come again? What? Stack trace. This does not help me at all. Update tick. Transport handler. View details. Inventory base constructor. Base. Ah. Interesting. It's expecting. It's expecting that, but then when we do the did modify item slot, this is what's throwing the exception of null. Okay, let's try something. About that. I need to set this to null again. Then I need to set this to null. Then here we need to do inventory.on inventory of 0.on slot modified equals null. Slot modified. I'm going to do this. We should not be throwing a null at the other end of this. It should not be happening. The inventory is valid. It's just a generic inventory. But it's like, oh man, it's so weird. What I'm trying to prevent it from doing is registering the inventory with the game. Like I don't want it to like care what inventory it is. Just all this just because I'm literally trying to debug this. Stack size, inventory. Okay, so let's look at inventory. On slot modified is null. Okay. Now, I doubt I can like go into this. Pull and push. Yeah, I tried to F11 it, but it call stack. What line number specifically aired out? Did modify item slot view inventory base. It's not going to tell me what line it is. Did modify item slot. Inventory base. So slot and extracted stack collectible unmodified in inventory slot. Because this slot called on one of the containing slots to modify it. Get slot. It's not hitting this. Somewhere in here. Mark slot dirty. Slot ID. Get slot ID. On item slot modified. Oh, I wish it would tell me what line number it is in here. So this it shouldn't. This it shouldn't. This it shouldn't. These are all sanity checks. It's not hitting this, so it's finding the inventory. It's either one of these two, which we would see that in the call stack. Did modify item slot. No ref. I have no idea. Like, no idea what could be doing this. I mean, I could try with DN Spy. It's always hit or miss for me when I try to do that. So yeah, go in here. Click this. Add breakpoint. I need to start without debugging. Because I can't have Visual Studio attached and DN Spy attached. I can't have both, right? So I have to be careful with what I do. Okay. Now, go in here. Nope. In here. Debug. Attach to process. Vintage story. Attach. Disable. Delete breakpoint. Continue. Yeah, I had previously had one in there. Okay. Item slot. Extracted stack. I don't know I don't debug with this very often. F10 and oh, pretty much the same. Excellent. Slot ID 0. Mark slot dirty. This inventory base. This is the barrel. Why can't I mouse over things and get what they are? That would be very handy. Would be very, very handy. I'm gonna guess the barrel is fine. Okay. Slot ID is still 0. Slot is item slot liquid only. The inventory is empty. This is we are now in the mark slot dirty. Slot.item stack is not null. Wait, what? What? This must be on the server now, right? Slot ID is 0. On item slot modified, slot is not null. Slot.item stack. Block null. Class item. Liquid portion. Like it. I don't understand why this is throwing an exception. I don't understand why this is throwing an exception. I'm not seeing these as null. Slot.itemStack, slot right here, dot item stack right there, right? Slot dot item stack. It's not null. Why is this throwing a null? Yeah. Every time. I don't know why this is running so many damn times. Every time we hit that line right here. It's like, no, I didn't want to effing do that. Delete breakpoint. What? What? Why? What? It. What? I am extremely confused. It works? Why was I... It was throwing exceptions over and over and over again, and yet it was actually moving the things and the stuff. Okay, the problem is the push slot is now... It's pushing the things and the stuff in the wrong slot. Okay, I gotta take another bathroom break. Too much coffee. I'll be right back. I mean, I wonder. I don't know. I want to hit Control S, not Control A. Thank you very much. Fat fingers. So the git push slot. What I don't understand is why the barrel assumes when it's a liquid that it's going in the other. That's weird. I just want to see if this crashes. I don't remember changing very much. Why would this not crash when I'm not debugging it for Visual Studio, but crash when I'm debugging it in Visual Studio? Like, I don't understand. Yeah. Come on. This is really bizarre. Like, really, really bizarre. Yeah, it's like the it's like this captured the exception and ignored it and allowed it to move on. But this was the line that was throwing that exception over and over and over again. Slot.item stack. And slot was this was not. I mean, it didn't exception here, right? Slot exists here. And the inventory base, it is the I don't understand. But the push slot, we need Obviously, we're getting the wrong push slot here. I get back to the actual. Oh, it's never mind. I know why it's doing that. Jesus. Somehow this works. Null, null, delegate, inventory slot modified. This dot ignore change. What is that? What sets this? I'm going to ignore the inventory slot modified event. Basically an infinite for now. I mean, I got to do something here. New inventory generic. On slot modified. Okay. Now, let's check just for a quick one. In here, we want this code to be replaced. Contain because remember, it's not going to connect to things that are not connectable. So if we look at our fluid pipe, what we're actually looking at to determine whether or not is if there's a liquid only slot. And all of the base game things only ever have one of those. So in our transport handler, I think, would be able, if it's not this, then we're going to have to look at for each item slot in contain.inventory. If slot is item slot liquid only, return slot. Okay. Now, this needs to be there. And there. And there. I hate the duplication of code, but it is what it is. You'll probably have a function that gets called and I just pass it like the contain and some variables, but it is what it is. I just want it to work. Okay. Okay. Here, pull here. Not modified there. Item stack, clone. Okay. Run to cursor. Okay, push. Fingers crossed, this actually gives me a liquid only slot. Item slot liquid only. Excellent. And then what? I put a try catch around that. E. I don't understand. What is calling? What is the no ref here? What? Give me a goddamn line number at the very least. Tell me what line number this is erroring out on. Did modify item slot. I'm catching that exception. Pull, not push. It's got 300 water portion in there. I don't understand what is airing out. I literally have a try catch around it and it's not catching it. It should be catching it. What in God's name is causing that exception? And it's not even, what is the point of a try catch if you're not actually going to catch the thing? Pull dot try put into push. So we know it gets past this. Something in this is throwing that error. I have no idea. There's no refs on this. The slot modified is not null, so it's I'm actually running that. I I don't know. I honestly don't know. All I'm trying to do, all I'm trying to do is move fluids from one place to the other. Like, why is that so hard? Let's try, this is so, it seems like a really simple problem. I have a block of water. Let's move some water. But no, this whole inventory shit drives me crazy. Why I can't have a generic inventory that points to nothing. Like, why can't I do that? It's a simple thing. Oh, I've got a bucket around here somewhere. Where's my bucket? Where's my bucket? My bucket must be on me. Bucket. Here we go. Now, this should operate no problem and fill this up with the water that's in here. And hey, look at that. It's doing some things. I like it. So what happens if we say put this in here? Hey, look at that. It actually did a thing. And it didn't lose any, right? So why then is it pissing me off? Why can't we create a stack of water just to use? Why do we have to have like an actual thing? I can't just create some water out of thin air. I have to bind it to some stupid inventory somewhere. which means I have to have like a dummy slot inventory to the extractor. Dear God. Okay. And just to show, like, this is not... Oh, I need that. I need that. So if we put the copper one in there... Beautiful. See? When things work, it's beautiful. And just like that, it's good. I want to take that away. And then I'm going to gracefully exit. So, in the end, I might need some sort of temporary maybe it's this late initialize. Do you think there's some weird thing that's hiding in here that yeah, it's not. I have honestly no idea. Um, the only thing I can think of to try to do, because I have a inventory. Um, there's no remove slots. I see. Yeah, the only thing I can think about to possibly fix this would be to add a slot to the pipe extraction node, which is what this is, right? So this is the pipe inventory for each of those extraction nodes. And this is what holds the filter and what holds the item. What I could do is I could add a slot to this, gen empty slots, and just make an invisible third slot, a fluid slot, and use that. I mean, it's something to try, and I want to get this to work. So, slots of 2 equals item slot liquid only. This yeah. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. This has got to be the way to do it. I may not keep it because as soon as I get the pump in place, like I'm not planning on having a pipe to fluid converter. You're gonna need a pump. So this is more or less a temporary fix. Count. can contain source slot. If slot number equals 0, contains that. Slot number equals 1, contains that. Otherwise, return. Okay. Matter state. Water portion. Matter state liquid. Good. Now, go back to transport handler. And here, inventory equals node dot inventory. Dot inventory. Really? Whole equals inventory of 2. Slot modified. I can get rid of this. Item stack. Push that in there. It's funny, the thing I wanted to put in just to test is the thing that doesn't work. The barrel to barrel works. That works great. But the thing I wanted to use to test it doesn't work. Okay, so this is basically using an actual inventory associated with the world. God forbid we actually do something with it. So I'm going to put another breakpoint here. And we're going to, 12th times the charm, everybody. I'm getting hungry. My stomach is growling. I want to get this done. I want to get her done and have fluid pipes ready to go, ready to work. It's going to be glorious. Especially with Oss and all of his distilling and shit. Like, this is going to be glorious. Okay. Now, I want to set you to go into there. Oh, shit. Right.
Yeah, the distilling's always been kind of a pain in the butt. Tedious, I should say.
Let's upgrade this to there. There we go. Now that's nice and fast. Nice and fast. Okay. Now I want to remove that. Oh, grab that one. Because I need to put that breakpoint back. Okay. So this, let's actually put the breakpoint up here. I just want to verify that this is not going to completely foobar everything. Okay. This should be fine. This should be good. Portion. Good. What? Props when why is the portion? Oh, item ID. I thought that was the actual stack size. I was like, why is it 280? That's a weird number. Okay, the stack size is set. Inventory. Good. Pull inventory of 2. Pull.item stack is there. And then good and good and good. Good. And then stack size should be like 50, I believe. Okay. What are the odds? What are the odds that this is going to work? And it works. Moved is 50. And connect this, put this in here. Bingo. Now I can basically like grab a bucket, scoop it out of here, and let's put you back. And then let's dump that. And if we add another barrel, that should have triggered. That's an error. That's a bug. Barrel. It's not seeing that for some reason. You can see number of pushes 1. So it's not seeing that added. I wonder why. Because that's like working everywhere else. If I change it and change it back. Okay, that's strange. Yeah, see, number of pushes 2. Hmm. Yeah. So a little bit more debugging. Just a little bit. You know, it's it's there, but we got a few edge cases and a few weird behaviors to sort out. But that did it. Right? And it doesn't really matter that there's like fluid in there. You're going to get a weird like splashy effect when you break it, but I don't really anticipate anything when it spills on the ground. Oh yeah, I wish I didn't, but anyway, the whole point is that it works and it's good to go. So you see number of tickers here, or number of pushes 1, and if I put this over here, this should update. But I don't think this informs properly the fact that it was connected. It's detecting it, but this block is not telling this one, hey, I've got a new connection. For some reason. I mean, I think it was working for these. Let me just take a quick peek here. And if we do this, you can see number of pushes 2. Right? Number of pushes 2. Ooh, that is a bug. Okay. Well, something to put on my list. But as far as fluids goes, we actually have fluids being moved. I mean, it is what it is. We got it working. A little bit of weird edge case shenanigans going on, but it actually works. And it should work, believe it or not. Like here. Right? Because this has got quite a bit of tankage going on. And if we put one of these in and go round robin, there's the tank filled up right here. Right? So ooh. Why? What's weird? These are nearest first, round robin. Nearest, yeah. Weird. It's like there's a extra heartbeat in there before it updates the client. Yet more things to debug. So fun times. All right. Well, that is going to have to do it for this stream, everybody. I thank you all for coming by today, and I hope to see you back here on Saturday, where we are going to continue our mega farm, in Farming Sim. I got like all the mods sort of settled. I got a whole like electric charge thing going on now with all the things as a kind of a sink for like fuel and stuff. So kind of a fun thing. But yeah, a few little things to debug with this, and it should be good to go. Couple things I had thought I had fixed, mainly the sort of broadcasting of a new connection. So that's a unfortunate bug. So I need to fix that. And then once I got pretty much everything all fixed up, ready to go, I'll probably put out a new version of the game or a new version of the mod for everybody to have fun with the pipes. So yeah, look forward to that. And if you want, please consider donating or becoming a channel member and joining us on the Saturday streams and getting early copies of the mod. I will put out the updated version of the mod about a week before the community gets it, for testing and just playtime. And then yeah, you know, a little perk for supporters. And yeah, I thank you all for coming by. Hope to see you again on Saturday, or if not, next Wednesday. Take care.